All right. Can you hear me now? And that was really annoying. I think I got it fixed. So yeah, I think I got it fixed. I have no idea why that setting changed on me. But I think I got it fixed. So yeah, I guess I'm back. Should be fixed now. Sorry about that. Just random problems today. Stuff that always works sometimes just stops working, and then I have no idea why, and then I gotta go and fix it. And really wasn't in the mood to do that. I was just getting started to do the vibe coding, but everything can't be so easy, I guess, all the time. So now I just know to pay at least if it happens again, now I know how to fix it right away, I guess. So anyways, back to today. This is kind of like part two of today. I tried to start the live stream, but the microphone wasn't working. Couldn't figure out how to fix it right away. I had to stop the stream, figure out what the problem was, get it back started again. So here I am again. And gonna start out by looking at the app I made last time, which is the market mood sentiment indicator, real-time sentiment from news, social media, and market indicators powered by AI. So essentially, what this does is it looks at market sentiment. Market sentiment is like what people think the market is going to do. I've got this set up so it looks at a bunch of different sources for sentiment and then gives them a score. And it looks at stocks, gold, and crypto. So you can see right now the sentiment for stocks is the lowest. Gold is the highest. Crypto is like kind of in the middle. Um, that sounds about right to me, except I don't really know that much about gold. But definitely I would say the sentiment right now is higher for crypto than stocks by about that amount. So that makes sense. Hey, what's up, everybody in the chat? Glad you're back. Good to see everybody. Hope you get some value off of what I got to say today. If you were here earlier, I couldn't get the microphone working, so I had to stop the stream and figure it out. But now I'm back without a doubt. Gonna make things work this time. So sometimes just weird problems happen with technology, and you just gotta like figure out how to fix it on the fly. But then, even though it can be annoying, then in the future, at least you know like how to fix it easier every time. So, anyways, this is the app for today. It's called the Market Mood, and the link is in the description on the YouTube channel. And I was just explaining like, this is like the overall market combination of all these scores. Also, I can search up basically where I was at when I realized the microphone was not working. Can search up the like Nike or Apple, and it'll probably give me that same error message. So since I got this error message, it was something where it was working yesterday, and I did a fix for a few other things, and it must have like broke something with this. So I'm gonna go and fix this real quick in There we go. I think that's it. I thought that was gonna be broken too. I was like, no way, this was just working fine. Like, what happened to my setup? But anyways, yeah, something weird reset, and hopefully that's all it is. Was the microphone? I got it fixed. So yeah, going back to doing this fix right now, and basically it's just like trying to find out what's wrong with the prices not showing up for the individual ticker search. For the most part, this project was a lot more difficult than I thought, but it taught me a lot. Um, have a lot of plans for it in the future to make it better too, but for right now, just going over it to show you guys what it does and how it works. I found another bug, And I don't know if that's really called a bug or error, but either way, should be fixing it right now. Um, Main thing was I had so many different APIs. They underestimated which APIs would work and which ones didn't. Some of them gave back some like not that good information. I had to go through and like after I got all the APIs put in at the end of the build, I had to go back through and figure out which ones weren't working right. Once I found out, then I had to change those. Then there were some new sources that I was like hearing about and doing some research about that didn't sound like they were that good, so I had to change the score of how it weighted all the sources. Then I had to look up to find some even more sources to like diversify the information more. I did that. So everything was going, and I kept getting some errors. I got all those fixed. And this part was working before, but fixing those other errors sometimes breaks other things. And I'm just going to fix this quick, which I like to do because I like the vibe coding part of it. The building this is already done, at least for right now until I add on more features. I'm going to kind of make it like self-smart and so it can get better over time. So they made a plan. They got let me see what the problem was first. 2 of the 3 data sources are broken. Oh, so it's not. That's interesting. That source only works from the local host. It doesn't, because now, okay, yeah. So I was thinking it was because I made those other changes, but essentially what happened was before I had it on the local host. But now I'm showing you guys it on the like the actual website, and it's saying like this news API free tier only works from the local host. And that's a big one, so stock twits, public APIs, deprecated, unreliable. Yeah, that's what I heard about that one. I heard that it wasn't the best source, and they originally weighted it the highest. And then when I looked into it, I'm like, why are you guys weighting this the highest? This isn't really a good source. What I understand is a lot of people using bots to like try and manipulate the information for their favor. But anyways, when both fail, FinHub alone often isn't enough. So you get no data. It's going to replace them both with Yahoo Finance RS. RSS, free no API key, works everywhere. From what I understand, unless they change unless they change something on their site, then it breaks. Um, but for now, I just want to get this working so people can use it. And if people use it more, then I can basically go and let's see. Yeah, if people use it more, then I'll make it better for this stuff and get more sources in. This ended up being a very, like I was saying before, a very difficult build from what I thought it would be, but that's cool because I learned a lot. And there's still a lot more to go on this one. I could tell that this one has a lot of potential, maybe even more than the other ones. This one is something that I think I would use myself, maybe more than the other ones too. And the better I get at vibe coding, more I realize what is like capable. And now I'm realizing that with this one, I can make it so it like gets better over time. And essentially, I have a feeling I could turn this into the best sentiment indicator on the internet once I get the paid APIs in. So because these free ones are not going to give me like what I need, but I'm getting better at understanding all the different APIs, and this one helped me a lot understand all the different sources, especially for sentiment. Not all of them, but a lot of them. So really, what I would do is like I'll just get this so it works and it does the basic thing of what it's supposed to do, which it kind of already does. Yeah, just notice in the comments, Javi's back. Respect, big up yourself every time. Good to see you back. Vibing right now already. I thought I was just gonna be starting out by showing out the project I made yesterday, and found out there was some new errors that I had to go and vibe and fix, which actually I like to do. When I started the stream, the microphone wasn't working, and it took me a few minutes to realize it. And I was like, man, I really didn't feel like fixing that. But then I see a error in the website, and I was like happy. I'm like, yeah, I want to fix that. I want to go and vibe that fix. So, anyways, what I thought it was because of like the updates that I made last time. I thought that it like making fixes for other stuff might have broke this. But what it turned out to be, it looks like, was that it's because like some of these information sources don't want to work on the actual website. They only want to work in the local browser because it was the free tier. So anyways, let's try this again. It should be done. Looking up Nike. Yeah, one. So yeah, I got 3 sources from Nike, and there's the Nike sentiment. Let's try some more. I want to try at least one more stock, and then I want to try at least one crypto. That's cool. That works. Okay. So you can see, like, I remember putting that in yesterday. There's a hype warning. Looks like 75% of social chatter looks like bots or spam. The social weight has been reduced. Lean on the news score instead. So essentially, no source data was available for this ticker. The score above is a neutral default. Okay, essentially it sounds like there's a lot of bots trying to hype up Nike for some or Apple for some reason. Um, so anyways, back to the vibe fix. Javi's been doing agent swarms and skill learning prompts. That's what I want to get into. Um, what do you think would be better? Do you think it would be better to start with agent swarms or start with skill learning prompts? So I'm gonna fix this Nike. All right, I just looked up Nike and I got a warning that there was a bunch of like bot traffic. I just searched for Nike and there is a bunch. Okay. Why are you not hearing me now? Try something else. So yeah, my mic's still working now on for the stream, but it's like having some problem now with Claude Code. But anyways, telling Claude to learn a skill and write it to itself based on what we've worked on so far. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So like I could kind of go back for each project I've done and have it write a skill based on that project, and then I can just kind of combine those skills in the future or whatever would make the most sense to like move forward from there. That's awesome. Respect every time. Thanks, I appreciate it. It's good to see everybody here. Um, yeah, definitely. I'm not sure exactly which game you're talking about. I made a few different games. Um, and yeah, I'm on Discord. So if you're already on Discord, then yeah, I'll see you there. If you're not, I got the link. It looks like you're on Twitch. So I'll put another Discord link right there because I don't have the Discord link on Twitch. So I'm going to put it in the chat real quick. And see. There we go. So yeah, if you want to join Discord and you're on Twitch and you don't have access to the link on YouTube, it's right there. Let's see if this works. No, one of the streamers from the audience put it there. Yeah, it's not working on here either. Okay. So changing that setting must have messed something up with my microphone. I'm gonna go into this, the Gemini, see if they can figure it out. Okay, so basically now my microphone is not working for, it's working for OBS, but yeah, wow. Now that, okay, let me see if this works now. Okay, so now my microphone is not working. Dude, what is going on with my microphone today? Can you hear me now on the AI? Wow. Yeah, I don't want to have to type. So at least the stream can hear me, but yeah, sorry about this guys. I'm trying to talk into Claude Code and it's not working, so I tried talking into a different website and it's not working. And now I gotta troubleshoot this. And this should only take a second. I'm just trying to make sure that I can use my microphone instead of having to type. Like it's like I feel like I haven't typed in like 10 years and it's been like a couple months maybe since I was typing all the time and I started using the microphone. But anyways, typing is so slow. Can't believe people still type. I'm like, man. Okay, right click speaker icon. I'm just gonna get started on this too. So at least you guys see something going on. Also, yeah, that's thanks for letting me know about the whatever API Godel Terminal is using for his news. Maybe something to look at. It's a clone of Bloomberg and it's homebrewed. I should check that out. Godel Terminal. Okay. Okay, so all right, is it working now? Right click the speaker icon. Okay. More sound settings. Wow. Um, I'm definitely not trying to type. So let me see here. At least I can get this going. Okay. Can it hear me now? Nope. Yeah. So I always like fix one thing and it breaks another. But it's just more learning. Okay. I click the speaker icon. Did that. More sound settings. Yeah. Dude, that's not even right. Yeah, Gemini, most of these LLMs are horrible for like trying to like figure something out on a website. It's like I just remember I gotta go to Perplexity. Okay. Fix the volume for the stream. Make sure the correct one is, yeah, so try switching it. All right, can it hear me now? No, it doesn't seem like it can. Oh, and then it turned off. Oh man. There we go. All right. So what is going on where it's working for that but not working for... This is annoying. Try searching Nike and Apple again. Okay. At least I can do this while I'm trying to fix the volume. So yeah, this is so strange. Uh Microphone access is on. Let apps access your microphone. It's on. Desktop apps access your microphone. Yeah, that's all on. Click the icon next to the URL. Go to microphone. There's no icon next to... Okay. Last used 2 minutes ago. Reset permission. Yeah, can it hear me? Yeah, that's so weird. All right, so okay, all right, I figured that's so weird. Okay, now it should work. I really hope. Let's see. This is just a test to see if you can hear me. Oh my God, man. Anyway, so what happened was like awesome. Yeah, you guys can hear me on the stream now. So originally, like the first stream, it couldn't hear my microphone, just randomly stopped working. So I went, "Yo, what's up in the comments? Good to see you every time. Hope you're doing well." Just fixed up my problem I had with my microphone. Wasn't working on the stream. I had to start the stream over, figure out what the problem was. Now the microphone's working on the stream, but then it stopped working on the like on trying to talk to Claude Code, and I'm like, I'm not trying to type. Like that takes so long. I feel like I haven't typed in so long. But anyways, I had to like switch it. It wouldn't use the same microphone for the stream and to talk to websites at the same time. So like me doing the fix for the stream changed something so that. But anyways, it's working now. So I'm happy. Yeah, I'm good now. That was just super annoying. And wow. So yeah, back to it. Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm doing some vibe code fixes on the doing some vibe code fixes on the app that I made yesterday, clearing off all these windows I had to open to fix this microphone problem. And essentially what happened today was so yesterday I was looking at this from the local browser and everything was working. I vibe coded all the fixes to get it working, and then today I opened it up, like the actual website, and I put the link for the site in the descriptions on YouTube. And what happened was, what I found out was some of these data sources that I got, they only work on local browsers, and I didn't even realize that that was even a thing. So essentially, now I know some of these data sources are like that. I know to for now really like these are all free apps, so I'm having free APIs on them and I'm still building process, but once I monetize this stuff and hook it all up together, I'm going to put in paid APIs, and then I'll make it so once it's monetized, I'll still have like a free tier for some of the stuff free, but yeah, the paid APIs will allow me to do way more than what I'm doing. And after trying like pretty much like all the free APIs for finance, I have a pretty good idea for like what works well and what doesn't. So yeah, 30 apps in 30 days. I'm on I think it's day 26. So I got like this, the app, and then three more to go after that. And then essentially pretty sure phase two is going to be building like a hub, linking everything together and basically like creating the first product. So like all this stuff will go together. It should have like a coaching, and it should have like, an AI that can like essentially take people from like any level to the next level. And the way the funnel is meant to work, this is all this stuff was created for beginner investors in mind. So it's really about getting people from like, either having no knowledge about investing or just getting started investing to take them to like the next level wherever they want to be as quick as possible, giving them the right skills. And there's a bunch of tools that I've got now to do it. I just need to like put them all together correctly and make like the right kind of coaching so it can not only guide people through the right phases, but also keep track of where their process is, where their strengths and weaknesses are, and just make them better. So I'm doing all right. That was super annoying to start out with that like volume issue. I have no idea what happened. Essentially I figured it out, so doing pretty good. Just one of those days where it's like technology just like doesn't want to cooperate with me, but just never give up. And got my yeah, we got an early stream today. Um definitely definitely trying not to get done so late at night, because I know with these builds it's been taking longer than I thought, and that's no problem because the stuff I've been building is awesome. But I got an early appointment tomorrow that I gotta be at, so wanted to make sure I was getting on here a little bit earlier and making the fix from yesterday. That falling asleep on the streams. I hear you, man. I was almost doing the same thing last night. I was definitely getting tired and hungry, but if I wasn't so hungry, if I had ate more food, I probably would have fallen asleep. But I was like too hungry to sleep. But yeah, I got it done last night. And then I found out today when I restarted it up, because last night I was like doing all the fixes on the local browser. So I started it up today, and like originally it worked, the main screen right here. I'm gonna bring my picture down. Main screen right here worked. But then when I like looked up stocks, then that wasn't working. So what I found out was because I'm on the actual site, some of the APIs I use don't want to work unless it's on the local browser because they have the free tier. They can't work on like the actual site. So now I'm having to vibe the fix for that. And it's just getting me some different sources. But essentially, as long as I can get at least one source so that it works right now, which is what I'm doing, then I'm going to call it done for now, and people can use it for doing like the main function and solving the main problem that I built it to solve. So then I can get on to the next project for today. And what I want to build is basically like a tool for people, investors, for their taxes for when they start making money. So that basically like it's going to tell them like the best way to avoid paying any taxes is going to be the main thing to like get them to pay the lowest amount of taxes. And this is something that I think would be very important, not only for people after they make money, but I want this tool to have information on it so that like when people look at it before they're actually making money, that they understand like how the process works. So then there's like no surprises once they start making money. I know that there's some really strange things with investing the way it works, and if if people knew these things ahead of time, I think it would save them a lot of time and money. So I'm gonna do something with that for today. But for right now, just got to fix the problems right here. The request hung past the 60-second timeout, meaning the route might not even be compiling. Okay. All three sources work fine individually. The issue is in how the Grok SDK is being used versus raw fetch. Let me check if the Grok SDK is hanging. The problem could be with Grok version or server only. Um, so yeah, I was looking and it found, yeah, it was like waiting too long. So it sounds like the thing must be with Grok. And Grok, I thought I had like 6,000 searches a day. So that doesn't make sense to why I was working last night. And it's definitely working for the overall market mood. So okay, so tax write-offs. Essentially like for a business, right? Say you buy a business phone. Like I was just at the phone store today. Say you buy a business phone. If you buy it like through your personal name, you're basically paying for that with, money that you made from, let's say, your job that you already paid taxes on, right? So if you buy it with your business, I mean, you're still like, whatever money you're putting into your business. Say your business is not making money when you first start your business and you go to buy a phone. Um, you're buying your phone, but you're getting like a monthly bill. So that monthly bill, you can write it off for taxes. So let's say you make like, $50,000 that year from business income, and you're paying like $100 a month for your phone. So that's $1,200 for that year. So essentially, then you can take that 50,000 that you made, and you can write off that $1,200 that you paid for your phone. So now essentially you're only paying taxes on what would it be? Um, like 48,800. Now you can look at things like, meals. Maybe you had business meals where you like went out to eat with people where you talked business. And I mean, essentially you could have done that like every day. That's another like $5,000. Let's say that in your house that you have an extra room and you converted that room into an office, and you're paying rent of like $2,000 a month, and that office is like 25% of the size of your living space, and you can take that 25% of $2,000 would be like $500 a month. So you can then deduct that from what you made. And essentially, this is why a lot of people talk about investing everything they made from the business back into the business. So then, like, when you do that, essentially, like, let's say you make $50,000, you put all that $50,000 back into the business, you're not paying any taxes. And then, basically, people will do that. But, when they get to the point where they're making, say like $1 million a year, that's usually when people start finding ways to like incorporate real estate into their business. And really, there's so many levels you can take it to. And if you're going to be investing, it's better to treat it like a business, because then treat it like a business, then you can take the write-offs, have it. And with any business that you're doing, it's good to remember not to mix like different business funds. So like you don't want to take profit from like one business and then like put it into another business, because then essentially, for one thing, that's going to make everything more difficult for businesses when you're doing your taxes, like just to like tell which money is which. But the main thing is like for liability, because you want to keep all your different businesses separate. Say like I've got this investment business that I'm building, and I've also an investor, but those are different. Like this investment business income is going to be separate from all my trading and investing income. So really, like if I have both those companies structured under different LLCs, and like something happens in one company where like someone decides they want to sue me, or like who knows, like a lot of things could happen. Um, as long as that company is separate and it's not mixing funds, they can own like the courts can only really like take money from that one company. But like if you're mixing funds between companies and you don't have them separate by separate yeah, separate business entities, then essentially like a court can look and say like, oh well, you use the profits from this business to like buy stuff in this other business, and that means that you can take money, like if someone sues you they can get money from like your other businesses too. So it's huge for a legal. Main thing is like LLC, limited liability company. That's what I would recommend, especially if you're a beginner to start up a business. LLC, limited liability, means like the liability is limited. So the liability is limited to just that company as long as you structure everything right and do everything right. So yeah, that was like taxes, not one of my favorite things, but over the years I've learned the hard way about doing it from doing business. And yeah, I ended up having to like I owed the IRS money, and then I had to like set up a payment thing and do all that. And I know other people that had the same situation. But essentially, now I know, so now I do all my taxes right. And speaking of, it's about tax time anyway, so it's a good time to be making a product like this. Okay. Server wasn't responding from the terminal. They want me to stop the dev server, restart it with npm run dev, search Nike in the app. You're telling me all to do that, but then Claude's like still working too. So it's like telling me to do that, and it's like, wait, let me try a different approach. Because I feel like it could do all these things by itself that it just asked me to do. The full pipeline works perfectly. Nike returns the score, so it's getting it on its side. The issue is definitely that your dev server has a stale cache data from before the code changes. Yeah, so if anybody understands what was going on like last night, I think that was some problem too. Like I was getting like that the dev server was on. I would run npm run dev in the terminal and tell me the dev server was at 3000, and then like Claude Code plan mode was telling me like, no, I just changed it to 3003. So they were like in disagreement. So it sounds like some of those fixes I made last night messed some things up, because like it was just reading the wrong dev server and I applied it to the wrong. Super weird problem I've never experienced before. All kinds of weird problems just going on today, but I'm learning from it. So pipeline is confirmed. Restart your dev server. Um, npm. Okay. But like I don't understand why would be the dev server when when it's on the live site now. That's so weird. Yeah, Nike's still not working. Okay. All right, it says it's starting. All right, I just restarted the dev server in the terminal. Yeah, really? All right, I just restarted the dev server in the terminal. See, I was just talking about, I had everything fixed and then I had to go talking about things just not working for me today. And now I'm seeing that in my reality. So I got to keep my mindset on abundance, and I got to keep my mind that everything is flowing and the universe is doing everything to support me. And oh man. So what is going on? Let me try with Gemini again. This is just a test to see if you can hear me. So Gemini hears me. Let me see if it's just the dictation. Test it on the Word document. I'm just testing the dictation to see if it works. Yeah, it's not working now, but it was. So weird, man. What is going on? Can you hear me now? Nope. I ran that npm run dev and it stopped my microphone from dictation mode now. Yeah, sorry everybody in the audience. Not sure why. I'm just having one problem after another today with the stream. Gonna fix it though. All right, this is super weird. You can hear me when I'm talking on here when I click the microphone. I had it so when I hit Windows H, it was working and like it was showing up in Claude Code, the dictation when I spoke. Um, I don't know. The only thing different I did was Claude Code wanted me to run npm run dev in the terminal. I did it, and now it's like the dictation when I use the Windows plus H button. It stopped working and it won't hear me anymore. Can you give me some suggestions to fix this? Just one of those days. So they think it's a vibe coding conflict. When I ran npm run dev, the computer started a local development server. Sometimes the intense CPU usage of fresh Next.js builder specific port conflict can freeze the Windows dictation service. We know the hardware is fine. The issue is purely with the Windows speech services handshake. Restart the Microsoft text input application. Okay. Just notice in the comments, so basically, how do I have the codecs in the tab, like the chat, Claude Code, and codecs? For you, it doesn't work there in the tab. I just installed it onto VS Code, just like I installed Claude Code, and then essentially once I installed it, I believe I did have to do something in the chat. I think just the plus button. I'm gonna make sure it's on the chat so you can see where I'm hovering over. Yup. So you can see how that plus button on the top right is kind of like being outlined. I believe once you hook it up, you just have to click that. and then you can add it. But yeah, essentially my workflow is like Claude Code plan mode in the chat, codecs for auditing in the chat, and then Claude Code in the terminal, which just caused some really weird thing for my volume that I'm trying to fix right now. Control Shift and Escape type. Yep. I'm still getting the same error message on Windows. Yeah, it's still not working. Why? Why are you doing this to me today, computer? Sometimes when a terminal is running a process, it captures your keyboard input differently. Click your mouse on the taskbar or a blank area of your desktop to unfocus the terminal. Can you hear me now? What is going on? No, I'm using Windows. I don't know what is going on. I've been doing this every day, no problem. Today I started up and then the microphone's not working on the stream. And I fixed that and then it was working. It wasn't working, I fixed it, and now it just stopped working again for dictation. And typing will take forever. Also the terminal, like it was like right when the terminal froze when I put in npm run dev. So stop the server. Let's see. Somebody just gave me some advice to stop the server. How do I do that? Because I did just go into what do you call it, task manager. Oh, I see what you're saying. Maybe now it'll work. Maybe it was just something to do with that. Can you hear me now? I'm talking. Nope, and it's showing that it's still showing up on the the screen that is working. Yep, I did Control C and I stopped the server. Um, all right, I did stop the server and it seemed like it was frozen, but I'm still not able to use the Windows dictation for Claude Code, and it was working up until that server thing. So I'm not really sure what's going on. Do you have any other suggestions? Like, I really don't want to have to type. I'm so done with typing. Okay, so if this is still not working, at least I can type to have it fix this while I'm fixing. Yep. I know what to do. I'm just gonna have it type in Gemini and then copy and paste it for now into see the only fix I can think of. Okay, I just searched Nike again. It's not working. And I did do npm run dev in the terminal and it froze and I had to stop it. So essentially, I'm not sure what's going on, but I've got the live site up and it's still not working like you said it should be. Okay, so that's like a workaround fix until I can figure out what's going on. Oh, I get it. So what happened was it made these changes, but because it's live, I have to push it to GitHub. That makes sense. I did not realize that. Okay, so every time I make a change on a live site, I get it. Still learn like I feel like that should be like super beginner level thing, but I've never really got to the point where I've tried doing fixes on the live site. So yeah, basically yes. Okay, so it has to commit to GitHub and Vercel, and then it should update. Anyways, yep, I closed the dictation and reopened it. I went in System Manager and what was it? Text input host. Yup, text input host, right click and select end task. So now I open it up, back up. Try it on this Word document this time. Can you hear me now? I'm trying to. Nope, it can't hear me. Put the microphone on, Gemini works. So I can just speak into the Gemini box and then copy and paste it into the other thing till I figure out what is going on. This is super strange. But hey, I'll figure it out and I'll learn from it. So basically, I'm trying to figure out why my Windows H command to do dictation is not working, but like when I click the microphone, it is working here. And the Windows H dictation was working after I finally figured out what the problem was. But something froze up on my terminal and it just stopped working. So do you have any suggestions on how to fix this? I already tried going into um what would it be, the control panel, and terminated the process and started it back up, but it's not working. Okay, so now I should be able to refresh this and it should be working for Nike. Yes. All right. At least I fixed one thing. Give me some confidence that I can like figure this stuff out. Okay. So now the stocks are working. I'm going to show you guys this site. I'm going to try a few more. Okay. So the live site should be working now. Another thing I wanted to see if, yep, there's no data available for this ticker for Apple. Okay, there we go. So it's not all working. Um, I'm going to go to Gemini so I can just type in this box or speak. All right, so now Nike is working, but I tried typing Apple and it's not working. So back to the code. Yes, hip hip. Hooray, I got it. I got one thing working, but technology's testing me hard today, man. Like, what did I do? Like, and it's like the weirdest thing is like something that should be so easy. Like the easiest things are just like I thought I was past this level, but it's humbling me. I guess I just needed to be humbled. Um, yeah, we just gotta stay persistent on it. Persistence is the key. So using Vercel, yep. Uh yeah, new stuff every day. And once I get this going, I'm gonna do a new I'm gonna try to automate the GitHub stuff, and that should help a lot. Um, Essentially, first I would really like to figure out. Okay, so here's the problem with the Apple. That's because the Apple app expects ticker symbols like Apple, not company names like Apple. Did I type Apple? No, I think I typed the ticker for Apple. Yeah, no source data. So here's what I'll do. I'm gonna keep doing on this fix right now. And then while Claude is cooking, I'm gonna keep trying to figure out what's going on with this dictation thing. Okay, so it's still giving me a problem. Yeah, that's not gonna work. So weird. Gotta go in Gemini. All right, so I'm still not getting the Apple, even when I search for the Apple ticker. I like your idea to add a common company name to ticker mapping so the users can type Apple and it automatically resolves to Apple. And the same thing for all the other tickers. So I would like you to implement that. So it works either way. Someone can type in like Apple or AAPL, but I just typed in AAPL and I'm still getting the no data error message. See, Gemini is like always my friend. Gemini always wants to like work with me and help me with whatever my problems are, seemingly better than anything else. The only thing that dictation is working on right now is Gemini, so I'm just like speaking into Gemini and then just copying and pasting it into the other window, which is way better than typing. It's like I already forgot how to type. Okay. Let me try something new. I've got a suggestion to can type /voice and it should work. I know, man. This is just trying to stay positive and laugh about this. Then what is the URL of the native Vercel site? I'm trying to. Says if I hold the search bar and type in voice that it would work, but it did not work. Okay, looks like I'm gonna be copying and pasting from Gemini today because I don't want to waste any more time trying to fix this. I'll try to fix it until Claude's done cooking. See, now they're telling me Nike was not working, but Apple is. But it was the other way around from what I saw. Grok, they're saying likely a Grok rate limit issue. I don't know. That wouldn't make sense to me at least. But hey, I'll learn something new. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna do the workaround for today and then fix it afterwards. Um, so yeah, I'll just have to copy and paste from my Gemini window because at least the microphone's working on there. Can you hear me now? Okay, data sources are working. Yeah, it's getting the data. The earlier no data for Nike was a Grok rate limit issue. The first failed result got cached. The code now only caches results that have actual source data, so rate limit failures won't persist. Um, says give it a few minutes, then try it again. Let's see. NKE, go into the browser. Yeah, see, it's telling me, oh, what is going on today? It's telling me Nike doesn't work. Nike works. And it's telling me there's a data issue with API, but I mean, the API is doing this. So then if I try Apple, yeah, it's not working. So what is going on today with you, Claude, and my computer? But I'll fix it. Now it works. Okay. All right. I think you're right about this API thing, but also I think that they told me for Grok it had like 6,000 free searches per 24 hours, and I don't see how I could have even used 1,000. And this is the only app I have it on. So oh, they charge ridiculous amounts unless the data is open sourced. Because I did it with the free version of Grok, so looks like they're just trying to get me to upgrade to a paid one. But it sounds like for a paid API, it'd be best because I have the max plan to just do it through that. Because from what I understand, the data should come off of the max plan. Um, yep, they're trying to sell it, I bet. All right, so I noticed so many of these free API tiers are so misleading. Um, Sometimes they are and sometimes they're not. But a lot of them are. Like they'll tell you that something's included with the free tier, and then you wire everything up and put it in your site, and then it's not. And then you have to like find some way to work around it. But let me see. I just want to try a few other stocks real quick. Let's see. Yep. So they're not all working. I just tried Fubo and it's not working. But now Apple and Nike are both working. Back to the code. Really like to get this fixed. But I think while it's fixing, yes, while it's fixing, I'm going to just start the process for the next build. So I'll start doing the research. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to deal with that broken like dictation feature anymore until after the stream. I figured out a shortcut around it for now. So now I would like to start for the next project for today. I want to do something for taxes for when people essentially like to make it for people who are new to investing. So it's like a tax tool where they can go to get information, the main things about taxes. It'll have like an education part on it. And also it will be able to have people like input their tax information. I think it's called like the W-9 reports they get or something, or else they could also manually put in what their profits and losses are, or even maybe it could like import from another tool like my trade journal that I made after I wire everything together. But I guess for now, I just want to make a tool that's for beginners to understand taxes for investing. So basically start by doing some market research and let me know about all the other investing tax tools and like where the major gap is for me for my target audience. Okay. So there's tools like TurboTax, Free Tax USA, like for all taxes. Coin Tracker and Coinly are high-end crypto tracking. TurboTax is really expensive, especially just for like someone who's investing. Education Gap is for Free Tax USA. It's a form filler, not a teacher. And then the crypto stuff is really complex. It's overwhelming for beginners. Um, just reading the stuff from Claude Code. Right. Okay. So basically, um, the major gap, the translation layer, the biggest gap in 2026 isn't the filing, it's the pre-tax filing anxiety. Beginners don't know the wash sale trap. They sell a stock at a loss, buy back 2 days later, and don't realize they just lost their tax deduction. W-9 versus 1099. I mentioned W-9. It's actually W-9 is what you give a company, but oh yeah, 1099 is what they're going to give you for your taxes. Okay, that's right. The draft tax bill, most people wait until April to see what they owe. There's no simulated tool that tells them in October, hey, you have 2,000 in gains, set aside $400 now for taxes. Or else could even tell them like, find some losses to sell or whatever else would work. Anyways, project roadmap, um, be like education, simple interactive dashboard that explains the three pillars: capital gains, dividends, and the harvesting tool. Phase 2, the 1099B simulator. Instead of importing from a bank, which is hard to code, we'll let them manually input their total realized gains and losses. Trade Journal Bridge, we wire your previous project to this one. I won't do that right now. Do that when I wire everything together. Um, all right, so I decided that I'm not gonna wire the trade journal to this one right now. This will be just a standalone app for right now. Essentially, let me know what you think are the biggest pain points for beginners when it comes to doing taxes for investing. So when a beginner gets their 1099 from a broker, it looks like a spreadsheet from the 80s. They don't know the difference between cost basis proceeds and realized gains. So they don't know how to read those. Um, Number one mistake new traders make with taxes was user sells a stock for a loss to lower their taxes, but then buys it back 20 days later because they like the price. Suddenly, that $1,000 tax deduction is not allowed by the IRS. Short-term and long-term confusion. Beginners don't realize that holding a stock for over a year can save them a ton in taxes. Okay. So it's what they don't know, they don't know. And mainly it's education, but it's also unable to read the 1099. All right. All right, the name. Onto the name. Help me decide a name for this app. I want something that is catchy and that especially beginner investors would understand what it does. So the main thing it does based on the pain points is translates the 1099 and also um, educates them on business taxes, and then also should, like, give them an idea of when they put their 1099s or tax information in, give them an idea of, like, essentially like what they owe, and then strategies based on that. Yeah, sometimes. Name should sound approachable and protective, like it's giving them confidence they won't get in trouble like the IRS. Um, Investor tax pilot should be something where it's like investor tax or something. Give me a list of 20 more names and make sure that it implies that it's investing taxes. A lot of these names are just like you can't tell that it's doing taxes for investment. It's just like it's like a tax tool, but you don't know that it's for an investment. I gotta sit down after that, man. I don't know what's going on today with this technology stuff, but I fixed it for now. Worked around. Okay. Gain tax, profit guard, net return, keep your gains, growth tax pro, um, investor tax, trade tax translate, safe trade tax. I think investor tax is the best one. I'm going to go with invest attacks. Create 10 different possible subtitles for this to have people better understand what this tool does. Invest attacks. Just one of those days. All right. Translate your 1099s into plain English. Don't let taxes eat your investment profit. Investment taxes simplified for everyone. Yeah, investment taxes simplified for everyone. I'm going to go with investment taxes simplified for everyone. And I also want to make sure I got the vision down. So essentially, so far, I was talking about I want a tax tool for beginner investors that has education about how the taxes work. And then also they can upload their 1099s into it or even manually enter their investments tax information. And essentially, I want the tool to be able to, calculate what they would owe for taxes, and then be able to give them any advice based on like, what they owe and what their taxes were to anything they could possibly do to lower their tax bill. Um, Go ahead and list like a summary of what this tool would have, and then any possible additions you could think of that would add more value to this tool. All right. So we got a rock solid vision, solid as a rock. And it's like I keep just today, like certain things keep happening and like just reminds me of songs. Like the Dry Cry song, just one of these days. Now rock solid, solid as a rock. And I think that's all from like the same album too that I haven't listened to in a long time. So anyways, I'm just glad I can laugh at my problems and fix them. So yeah, by branding it investment tax simplified for everyone, positioning it as the bridge between a complex brokerage statement and a confident tax filing. Here's a summary of the core features we discussed, followed by some value add ideas could make this tool a must have for the audience. The jargon translator. We got let's see. Feature where the user can upload or manually enter data from their 1099B. The AI breaks down cost basis, watch sales, and realized gains into plain English. Tax liability calculator, real-time estimator that takes the user's total investment profit and their annual income bracket to calculate exactly what they should set aside for the IRS. Beginner's Education Hub, a library of quick start guides on capital gains, dividend types, and how tax brackets actually work. Strategy engine based on the data entered. The AI provides the actionable tips. Like you have $500 in short-term gains, holding your next winner for 12 months could save you whatever amount of dollars. Manual and upload support. Flexibility for users to drag and drop PDFs or manually type in their total gains and total losses. High value additions. This is what I'm wondering they would think to add. The wash sale radar. Beginners often don't realize they've triggered a wash sale until it's too late. Simple tool where user inputs a recent sell and a potential rebuy. The app flashes a red warning if it's within the 30-day window. No, that should be like something that's on the education part. Tax loss harvesting matchmaker. People hate losing money, so a calculator where the user imports their current unrealized losses. Stocks are down but haven't sold. The app tells them if you sell this now, you can erase whatever amount of your gains, saving you Y in taxes. Yes, that is something I would like to add. State tax integration. Federal tax is only half the battle. That's right. A simple drop down to select their state. This is adds a huge layer of accuracy because state capital gains taxes vary wildly, especially when it comes to investing. April 15th countdown and checklist. No. What if scenario simulator? Helping users make better selling decisions. Slider that lets them see the difference in their tax bill if they sell their Tesla or Bitcoin today versus waiting until it becomes a long-term gain. Uh, no, I think that would just be like better to explain to them in the education. Okay. All right. So, got the vision down. It's going to copy and paste this stuff onto another document to reference while I'm building. All right. So now I got to create the folder. Close this one. This one's invest attacks. New folder. Invest attacks. Put the new folder of invest attacks, and then the one from yesterday, which is the market mood, has the Claude MD and the Codex MD. Put it in market mood. And it copied all the files. Come on, technology. Or wait, put it in market mood. No, I put it in invest attacks. Okay, one of those days. I did not want it to copy everything though. What's going on? Okay, apparently I just I just deleted the files from the last project, so I would need to go to 2 projects ago to copy and paste them and just rename them. Um, what was that one? 2 days ago was the candle. Yep. Not in market mood. Should be able to get them from GitHub, I'm thinking. Essentially, yeah, so if a folder gets deleted from a file, I'm about to find out if I can just go to GitHub to get it back, because I'm thinking that's where it should be. All right, so my repositories. Um, there we go, market mood. There we go, Claude MD and Plan MD. That'd be nice if this works. How do I just copy the file now? Download raw file. Awesome. GitHub is so awesome. I had no idea that it would save me this much. Making a stupid mistake. Okay. Got the files back from GitHub. Figured out the solution on that fix. You know, sometimes technology is just no, actually the universe is great. It's always trying to support me. I just got frustrated when that first thing happened with the volume, and then that put me in a negative mindset, and now other problems are happening. So I just need to stay positive and stay focused on the goal and not on the problems, because I'm always able to solve them. And as long as I stay positive and my voice keeps okay, my voice is good. I just need more water. I got the files back. Feeling like it's time to take a vacation. But I love vibe coding too much. Okay. So I got the files back. I got invested tax folder, and I just need to put in the new downloads. Okay, so go to downloads. Got Claude MD, but it's not showing up the other one yet. Okay. Plan MD, download the file. There we go. And there they both go. Awesome. From this point, everything is gonna work out smooth. That was just like initiation for today. Invest attacks. Okay, both of the files are in invest attacks now. I'm moving. So I just got to put invest attacks in the folder, or in the VS Code. All right, and it shows both the files that I need. And I think I'm not going to implement that the auto GitHub thing today. I just want to get moving on the project. Too many random problems today got me slowed down. I'm just going to get this get the project going so I can be vibe coding and get to the part I love doing, instead of fixing these problems that I learned a lot from. So anyways, got the folder open, gonna start up the workflow, start up the terminal for Claude. Make sure the chat is Claude and Codex, okay. Both these are working. Oh, I did not want the, that's right. I didn't need the plan MD. I needed the, okay. Put one of the wrong files in there, but that's no problem. Here's agents MD. I should have put that instead of plan MD. So yeah, agents MD is for Codex, and Claude MD is for Claude. And the plan MD was for a different project, so good thing I noticed that. So I can go and erase the plan MD and invest the tags. And I need to quit drinking coffee, man. I swear, the days I drink coffee, I just have more problems. Okay. Agents MD. There we go. Those are the right files. Awesome. Terminal, start Claude. Okay, now I can go to plan mode and get started. And I'm guessing it's not going to let me talk, so I might have to talk into Gemini and then just copy and paste it. I'm ready to start planning this project. Yeah, it's like you can hear me talking, but it's not working, so I need to use it in Gemini. I'm ready to start planning for this project. This is a tax tool for beginner investors. It's called Invest-A-Tax. I want it to be something where it has education for specifically beginner investors. Most of the main things that they don't understand about investing taxes. I wanted to have something where a beginner can put in their 1099s and it will explain them for them. And also it will basically like tell them how much they, owe or don't owe for taxes. And then it can tell them some possible ways to lower their tax bill if they owe money. Also wanted so there's a feature that they can manually put in their tax information. I also want it when they put in their information that it can show their unrealized losses. There should be a state tax integration, which is basically like a simple drop down where they can select their state. So we'll do state and federal taxes. This is the basic vision for this project. Right, plan mode. High memory usage. What is up with that? Head pump, head heap dump. Have you guys ever seen that on Claude before? Showing high memory usage. on a new project. I'm gonna have to ask Gemini about that. Go into plan mode right here. So I want you to interview me based on what I told you to get a better understanding. And I want you to make sure that you reference the Agents MD and Claude MD. They will tell you to have me look over the plan, and then after I approve it, you will create a plan MD, but you will not start building in this window. Now I can find out what's up with this weird message. All right, I just opened a new Claude Code for a new file, and in the terminal, I see like something I've never seen before. It says high memory usage, 9 GB heap dump. I will copy and paste that here and help me to understand what's going on with that because I've never seen it before. So I definitely want to have manual entry, but I'm wondering for the PDF upload if I can do this with a free API or if you can find any other way with no API to do it, I will do that. But if it's not a free API, then we will not have PDF upload for now. All right. For the tax estimation, should it be a rough estimate or should we try to be precise? I want both. I want the explanations to appear where the user needs them, where it makes sense, but then I also want extra stuff to be on the page underneath, basically the stuff where you would put in your information. that will tell them like other valuable tax tips for them to understand. Right. The 9 GB warning is actually a known growing pain with the latest Claude Code CLI. Since I'm on Windows, I've likely stumbled onto a common memory leak bug where the background process that handles my file history and conversation gets stuck in a death spiral. Um, I'm seeing heap dump because Claude is basically panicking. It knows its brain is getting too full to function. So it's offering to save a dump, a snapshot of its memory for engineers to look at. But I haven't even, it was doing that before I even started though. So that doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, back to the questions. And now it's gone. Now it's not there anymore. Oh man, technology loves me and it's always trying to help me and work in my favor. What 1099 forms should the app support? Yup. For the user's basic tax info, what should they enter besides their 1099 data? For state taxes, how detailed? Okay. All right, so I have not typed in anything in the terminal yet. I just started doing the planning process in plan mode in a different window. But the terminal's not showing me that error message anymore. I started up a new folder in VS Code, and then that error message showed up. And by the time I ended up reading your message, it's gone. Sounds like the garbage collector finally kicked in and cleared that memory spike. Since I'm on Windows, what likely happened is that opening a new folder in VS Code triggered a workspace indexing event. Claude Code tries to read every file to understand the project structure, and if that folder had a massive node modules or a hidden cache, it could easily hit that 9 GB mark before the system realized it was trash and dumped it. So it must have been something from the they think it's something from the previous project where I froze up on me, and that's also like what's when my Windows dictation tool stopped working too. So um now the terminal is breathing again. We have the vision for invest attacks. We'll start with the tax engine. Nope, we're gonna start with the plan MD. I tell you, you don't tell me. Well, sometimes, yeah, sometimes it has good advice, but sometimes AI tries to run I. But then I have to remind it that I run AI. AI doesn't run I. So whatever problems I have, I'll just fly right through because that's what I do and bring valuable knowledge to you. So, at the end of the day, sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it just seems like problems, and more problems. But, yeah, see what I did? I made the mistake when I had that first problem when the stream started, and, I got frustrated and just started feeling like, what did I do to deserve this? And, like, why is the technology, not working with me? And oh, this is horrible and everything like that. And then that just led my mind space to like get to have more problems because that was where my mindset was. It was in scarcity, like nothing's working for me. And then essentially what I did was I started focusing on abundance and that, like realizing that most likely it was the way that I put my mind in that space that led to the other problems. So just put my mind back in a positive space, laughing about my problems, keeping a smile on my face, and that's business. I mean, never know what's gonna happen, but same thing with investing. You got to be able to tell when you make a bad decision. Sometimes something happens and it gets you in a bad mind space, and you have to be able to vibe code your mind to catch yourself right away and reprogram your thinking so that the problem doesn't stay and it goes the other way back in the positive. So that's what I did. That's where I'm at right now, and that's where I'm going to stay is focused on the right way that things are supposed to work, and it's all abundance. And technology wants to help me. Technology is improving in my favor. Technology is getting better every day, and it's getting better to make my life better and easier, and allowing me to help so many people and allowing me to provide value for so many people so that they can learn how to provide value for other people. And thanks to technology, there's so much more positive things to look forward to in life, and I'm sure it'll keep getting better as time goes by. Price will go down. I believe this is like really only the beginning of like this new vibe coding era, and I'm really grateful to be a part of it. I'm talking to people that have been doing this for 2 or 3 years, and I think that sounds like kind of how long it's been around for. But even in just the month I've been using it, I've noticed some pretty good gains in the ability for the technology. So it says the plan is approved. All right. I did not approve it yet, but I will do it now. I'll just stop it if it's not good. Made the plan MD, put it in the right spot. That's good to see. It's working with me, doing what I want it to do. Yeah, so if you're watching this one and you go back to the beginning and you saw like what I was dealing with and how it got me a little bit like, frustrated. Think being a little bit tired today and drinking like 2.5 cups of coffee when I should only should have had one kind of contributed to that. But yeah, I let it get me for a second, and then it just started to get worse, and I caught myself, and now I'm feeling good. Everything's flowing again. Trend is my friend until the end, and that's going to be technology is working for me and everything I do and pursue. Okay, so I'm going to look at the plan MD, and I'm going to give it to Gemini to have it tell me which steps it thinks would be best to group together. I'm going to fly through this build. Got the build steps. Got 12 steps today. Claude just created the plan MD. I'm going to paste it here, and I want you to tell me what you think the best steps are to group together for the build. It's an incredibly thorough plan. Claude did a great job of capturing the vibe coding. Yes. Claude's always trying to help me and be my friend, so. I want to keep the momentum going. Doing one step at a time can feel really slow, but doing too much leads to bugs. The best way to group these is by functional milestones. Here's how I would group these steps for the most efficient build. The foundation is step 1, 2, and 3. The brain and profile 4, 5, and 7. The data entry hub step 6. The AHA dashboard 8 and 10. And the live data and education 9 and 11. So that's going to be interesting to I'm going to try this, and I'm going to have it not even, it's because like it wouldn't be building it in the right order. It would kind of skip steps. But let's see if it works. I mean, I guess it should. It'll all be building it same way. So try something new today and see what happens when I group it like this. All right, so 1, 2, and 3 are first. Give thanks for the best and not the worst. And tell it to build step 1, 2, and 3 for me. All right, so if you're just joining in for today, I'm working on a new project. It's called Invest Attacks. It's going to be a tax tool for investors, specifically beginner investors. It's going to be automatic, systematic. They can just either upload their tax info that they get from the exchanges, or they can manually put in their buy and sell information. And then there's basically the main things they would want to know as an investor for taxes. So this is a tool that I think it would be good for them, even if they don't have taxes ready. They could still use it to get the information that they'd want to keep in mind for when it is time to do it. But essentially, yeah, this is very valuable. Um, See this as being a huge piece to the central hub that I will be building. And right now I'm building this as a standalone app. Like it'll still have APIs that it gets its information from, but essentially what I want to do is I want to wire it up to the whole hub system so that I could just like person wouldn't even have to do their taxes essentially for investing. Everything they do on the hub um would be wired into this, so it could send that information to this. Mainly what I'm thinking is I've got the what is it, the tax journal, or I'm sorry, not the tax journal but the investment journal. So if they're doing that journal and they're putting in all their trades, then it could just like upload all that information to here. And then if they have like, a lot of investors, probably not beginner investors, but like I know I have like different um exchanges, different accounts across different like companies, and get multiple like 1099s each year, so you could just upload those. But I think for this business that I'm building, looking at the future, it would be very possible for me um, to add on either links to an exchange where you could just like click the button and automatically buy or sell, or have it so the site is also an exchange, so you can buy and sell through the site and it'll just track everything, do your taxes for you. I mean, really, like the sky is the limit with this tool that I'm gonna build, and everything's gonna be connected, including the coach. So even like the coach could be like, could be looking at what you're doing, and it can even give you information throughout the year for like, what you should be thinking about in regards to taxes if you're making certain moves that it would catch. But yeah, I think there's a lot of potential here. I really see a lot of great things in the future for this hub. And the more I create, the more potential I see, the more like ideas I have, the more research I do into what already exists, the more like of a business understanding I have already from like businesses in the past to see where this is. The more I remember of trying out all kinds of different exchanges and understanding how they work, is the more I'm seeing the vision on this and the competitive advantage. And yeah, I feel really good about this business. Feel really good about what I'm gonna build for it. And super excited about how it's gonna look. Super excited about the next phase. Part of me wants to keep making apps forever, and part of me is like okay, I want to start building other things. So this is like perfect timing. And I know it's all gonna flow and go smooth, and that's what it's doing already. Even though sometimes it's like there's a test, but I know to keep my mindset in the best state it can be is the number one thing that can help me. So that's another thing I'm trying to help people see. All right, I don't think it gave me. Yeah, it did. Awesome. So it shows me summary of the changes. The 3 steps are complete. Then because I have this in my Claude MD, I have it so when it finishes the steps, it's going to show me the known risks with those steps. And then it's going to give me a prompt to have Codex do an audit based on those risks. And I'm going to Codex. So Codex is good at audits. Even better when you make the audits more specific instead of like auditing an entire project. From what I understand, the bigger the project you audit, the more likely it is to miss stuff. And the more focus you give it on what to audit, the more it's going to catch everything. And also, it is good to have like a codex audit a Claude, or a Claude audit a codex, essentially because they're different and they're going to catch things that the other one didn't catch. So when codex is done, if it finds any problems, it's going to give me a prompt and I'm going to have Claude fix those problems. So essentially that's going to do two things. That's going to reduce the context that Claude is not, running through his context while I'm also having it build. And it's also going to let let Claude know what it didn't catch. So that should make it smarter because it's going to remember that with this context window. And then for the rest of the build, it's going to like realize like, okay, like I had to fix this because I didn't understand this when I made it and I did this wrong. And that should help keep it on point for the rest of the build. So let's see, when I first started this workflow, I was doing it one step at a time. Now I realize like I don't have to do that. I can do it, batch it in like, 2 to 3 steps at a time. But when I was first doing the Claude Code workflow where it's just Claude Code, I would build the whole project and then I would do an audit at the end of the whole project. And then I would go to use the app, and the more I used it, the more I would find bugs. Now that I started doing this new workflow, I'm finding a lot less bugs than I used to find by doing it step-by-step audit through the process. And I'm doing the whole build in the terminal without having to compact the context, without going through the whole context window. So that's going to be money, for the main thing being like the more it gets into the context window, once it gets past like 60 to 70%, it's more likely to make mistakes. Once you refresh once you refresh the window, the context window, it's going to make even more mistakes. It's not going to remember as much from before. And it's going to burn through more tokens from what I understand, because it has to like, do more thinking and more remembering. So it's all about doing a professional workflow style. I'm guessing I'll find ways to make it better and automate it more in the future. For right now, this feels like exactly where I'm supposed to be at in my journey. And I feel like, this is really like this workflow right now is teaching me how to do things professionally, but it's also not automated too much to where I'm like seeing what's going on. And I'm learning like what bugs it's finding, what are the known problems for certain parts of a build. If I was doing it automated, I wouldn't see that stuff. It would just happen like so quick. But also, if I was started out as a complete beginner with this workflow, like I might maybe understand 1% of what's going on, because I started out with cursor doing everything super simple. I was slowly able to understand things one step at a time, to the point where a lot of this is making a ton of sense. And now that I'm doing it this way, I'm able to actually understand, for the most part, what it's doing. Whereas, like, if I would have just started with this workflow, yeah, I would have been like, I would have been reading these known risks, verify, check tooltip components for accessibility issues, keyboard nav, screen readers, mobile touch. I'd have no idea what that meant. Check if crypto random UUID usage has any compatibility connections. I wouldn't know. But now, because I've already been using Been vibe coding consistently for like almost a month now. I understand most of this stuff pretty well, so I'm able to like, and it goes in my brain, and I remember it, and then I know like, what's likely to happen. So when I do builds in the future, I'm finding less and less bugs. Each build's going a little bit quicker, and I'm educating myself way more about what's going on. So yeah, anyone could come and just like start out as a beginner, go into Claude Code, and just go straight into plan mode and just start like dumping their brain of all their thoughts and not get the vision clear first and do the extra like business steps that I'm doing and that I'm trying to teach, and then have it just build like the whole thing um automatically. But yeah, they're not going to learn as much, and it's going to be way more errors. And if they keep building like that, then it's kind of going to be like they're not really making progress learning. When they get to bigger projects, they're going to run into so many errors that they probably won't even be able to finish it. Um, so that's why I'm always talking about it's better to learn good habits from the start. It's much easier to do that than to unlearn bad habits later after they've already, you've been doing it that way for a long time. All right, so what happened? Reconnecting. Oh, I guess it was searching the internet for something on the IRS and got disconnected. I don't think I've ever seen it do that before. So yeah, tax data audit turned up one concrete bracket mismatch and a larger problem in the state rate assumptions. Okay, so they found a bigger problem just from like one thing, and essentially they had to go search the IRS to like get the right information. And a few other sites. But yeah, that's good. That's a good thing. That's good that it found that bigger problem, because that bigger problem it found was not a known risk that Claude would have searched for. So it's doing the right thing. Yeah, that's the first time I've seen a high severity audit find in like the last two builds, and it found two of them. Okay, that's major. I'm really happy with Codex right now, and Claude for mentioning that it looks in the right direction. All right, so audit finding severity high. This is the major one that I want to see. 2025 standard deduction constraints are outdated. File uses 15K, 30K, and 22,500 for tax brackets, but the current official amounts are different. So they had to go and they had to look that up. Why it matters, I mean, that's huge. This feeds every tax estimate, and it'll do the taxes wrong if it gets the wrong brackets. So good thing it found that. The next issue, the state table applies a single flat rate for every filter or filler, but several entries are top marginal rates from progressive systems rather than reasonable all user approximations. Example in this file includes like California's 13%, New Jersey's 10%, New York 10%. The same table also sets Washington to 0, even though Washington taxes certain long-term capital gains. Oh, okay. So like, yeah, I didn't understand that. Like the state, I know like Washington State has a 0. If you're looking at state taxes, Washington and a few other states, I think like Nevada, maybe Wyoming, have a 0% state income tax. But like, there's certain stipulations where like in Washington, they only tax certain long-term capital gains. So it was just coming back with like, a standard for each state, and it didn't realize certain states do that differently. So it's important for this tool to know that. Otherwise, the app will materially overestimate state tax for many users in progressive tax states and understate it for Washington investors with taxable capital gains, producing misleading results. So there you go. And then we got just like a simple problem, I feel like, for the medium. If like something doesn't work for the value, it'll just come through as no state tax instead of failing validation, causing understated results. So it should, I'm guessing the solution is to like put it the right error message. So screen reader users will not get the relationship between trigger and description. Oh, okay. Everything else is low. So now I'm going to take this prompt, give it back to the terminal, have it do the fixes that it did not find when it did the build. And part of me is wondering, because like I put 3 steps together into one. If I had done those steps that build one step at a time, something on my mind tells me, I just keep saying stuff today that reminds me of songs. Oh man. So okay. Yeah, and I can see it's doing the code for each different state. That's awesome. That's awesome to see how that works. Um but yeah, something on my mind is telling me if I did that build one step at a time, it wouldn't have found as many errors. It would have like solved them. But I mean, I found them, and those were big. Like 2 of those were, especially one of them was major, and that would have been really difficult to catch later. I would have had to done a lot of like using the app a ton to catch that one. Some of these, and that's another thing I think is good to pay attention when you're vibe coding. Auditing is so important. Like I did not realize how important auditing was until maybe like, you know, 15 to 20 builds in, because once I started like finding errors and like realizing how those work, now I realize like auditing really gives you a better idea of like where these errors are and what you'd have to go through to find them. And probably, it won't catch all of them on the build. Catching the major ones is the main thing. But I was just thinking when I came into this, like, oh, like, you can just go on the site and easily see where all the errors are, but that's only some like easy errors to find. The more difficult ones, it's like you gotta like work through the site and use it a bunch to do some random thing that you'd never think to get an error to pull up, and then you gotta really understand how the site's supposed to work to even know that it's doing an error. So anyway, let's see. Made the changes, show some known risks. Effective rates are still approximations. The comment block documents this. Progressive bracket state engine would be more accurate but is out of scope. Okay, so essentially, I think this is a good thing because those errors were bigger. I'm gonna give Codex one more prompt just to make sure it double checks this part. Because yeah, this is all about business. This is all about like doing things right and professionally to make the best that I can make. Um, Trying to provide as much value to people as possible. All right, so what are the next groups? I'm gonna try 4, 5, and 7. I'm gonna skip number 6, and 6 is the data entry hub, so I'm gonna do that by itself. So Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I don't see how it'd be a problem, and this will definitely help me understand way better in the future to like, I could have like three different. Oh wow, yeah, I can see this now. I can see the next step now. When I'll still have this same workflow, but the next thing I'll be adding is more Claude terminals, because basically what I can do is I could start one terminal with like steps one, two, and three, start another terminal to build four, five, and seven, another one to six, and essentially they can all run at the same time because they're all building different steps. So I shouldn't have to worry about overriding the folder. I might be wrong about that. I'll do more research into it, but that's like new level unlocked. Another musical thing that just reminded me of. Or that's next level unlocked. Maybe it is new level unlocked. Either way, if you know what that is, then you know good music. Um, okay, known risks. Oh yeah, that's the last one. I need to start the steps four, five, and seven. Because if this works right, how I think it'll work, then that just gave me a really good idea for how to do things quicker in the future. Still have the same professional workflow. Um, I would just be that's a good thing. I don't know if I'd have to. I can still do it with one codex window. It might take slower. Maybe I would need to have one codex window for each Claude terminal I have, so then I can like do the build part and then send just that part to one codex window to align with that. Yeah, wow, I could make the build process quicker. I'm already seeing that already. Like, I had no idea why people had so many windows open. Now it makes so much sense to me, and feel like it won't be long. Went from one to three. Next one I will probably be like at least four more windows. But yeah, either way, it's all gonna keep getting better and better every day. So I would say. All right, I'm gonna go to some more abundance mindset teachings. I feel like I myself need those right now. Um, but yeah, I noticed that switch my mindset from what I didn't want to what I want, which is technology is working perfect for me. Technology is always improving and trying to help me and get better to make my life easier so I can provide value to more people and teach people how to provide value to more people. And technology is great, and it's always just like the universe doing everything to try to support me in my journey. And once I started, switch that to that mindset, now everything's running smooth like it should be. So yeah, mindset is super important. Business, vibe coding, known risks. All right. can see what the audit says right here. I'm putting into Codex right now, and it is understanding taxes so well. Think AI. If you're looking for ideas to make AI products, I think there's a huge niche with taxes. There's because like so many different industries have different like tax rules and things like that. I mean, if you niche down and you find like tax, you customize tax tools for different businesses and different niches. And from what I understand right now, tax tools are basically like kind of one size fits all. And then they have like within those tools it tries to like differentiate between what you're doing. But I see such a huge opportunity in this. So yeah, that's money right there. You're looking for an idea and you're watching. Uh, look into business taxes. Look into how they're different. Look into how AI could wire something that's custom for businesses and certain niches that's going to be specific for their own tax issues. Because from what I'm seeing doing this build, this is like talking to a professional tax advisor. Like they understand everything. So knowing that, I mean, wow. If you can outwork me or really just beat me to it, because I'm going to be building this finance thing first, and who knows, maybe that's next. But yeah, like it's all abundance. Like I'm giving away ideas when I have them. I'm good at bringing up ideas. So yeah, if you're looking for a good idea and you work fast, or not even fast, but um, if I don't beat you to it, but you got a good head start, yeah, go ahead. Um, Go ahead, make some tax tools for businesses. Go and pitch that stuff. I bet you most of these businesses out here have no idea how much easier all that stuff could be with AI, or even how, even if they did have an idea, they don't, unless they have a vibe coder in their business. Um, you That's money for you and me. All right, so the findings got another high. That's good. It's like I'm glad when I see it finds like a high severity thing. Um, Double counts. Capital gains and long-term taxes already includes them. Net long-term is built as long-term gains. Okay. Kind of like the same rule was like applied to two different areas where it could like, I think problem would have been it would have like double taxed people. Or I mean, obviously the IRS is taxing people, but it would have told people like that they owe double in a certain area. Yep, that's exactly what happened. This overstates NIIT whenever capital gains distributions are present, producing materially inflated tax estimates for affected users. The next medium, the calculator trusts and computes as raw subtraction if bad input sets box 1B above box 1A. Ordinary dividend income becomes negative and the preferred portion is overstated. Okay. Okay, so that's something like, yeah, it noticed that would probably happen that I wouldn't have noticed until, using it a ton. Okay, next one, the hook stores are derived. State back into context on every relevant input change. That creates a second provider update for each edit, even though the value is fully computable from existing context inputs. Every calculation causes an avoidable extra render cycle for all consumers, which is a real performance cost as the app grows. Oh, like performance cost for me because it will have an API most likely. Okay, that's good. That is catching that stuff. Um, Yeah, those medium ones, see how they're not as important. All right, 1 high, 4 medium. Give this to terminal for the fix. And then it's going to be step 7 after this. I believe. Nope, it's 6. That's right. Because I did 1, 2, 3. Now I'm doing 4, 5, and 7. And then I'm doing 6 by itself because that was the data entry hub. And then I'll do 8 and 10 and 9 and 11. Sounds like kind of a funky order, but it's grouped by the function of what it's doing. And some of the more simple things are grouped together so I can do like 3 steps at a time, but like something like data entry that's more difficult and more important is by itself. That makes sense. All right, so I want to look at some abundance teachings right now. Let's pick someone for today. Can you tell me some of the abundance teachings? Oh, that's right. Give me an outline of the abundance teachings of Neville Goddard. All right, so Neville Goddard, if you never heard of him before, I believe he was like kind of like early 1900s. All the pictures I've seen of him are black and white. I'm trying to think of what book. I'm gonna see what books he wrote. Wrote The Power of Awareness. And if you ever heard of The Secret, he's like he's got The Power of the Secret, or Feeling is the Secret, and also another secret book. So basically, that's that movie. The Secret came from his teachings mainly. Power of Awareness is the main book I remember from him. So with like Feeling is the Secret, it's not the mental picture alone that creates. So like it's not just visualization that creates your reality, but the feeling accompanying it. So if you're really psyched up about something and like I'm visualizing like this business and I'm super psyched up about it, feeling really good about it. I'm feeling like, this is going to be awesome. Like just the process of building it and like seeing the value that it provides for people is going to give me way more gratitude than even the money. I'm enjoying the like process of building it way more than like, if I ever like sell it or complete it. Um, so it's all about not just visualization, but like the feeling that you attach to that visualization. Because when your imaginal scene generates the same emotion you'd feel if it were already real, creation is done. It's already coming into existence. And I mean, this is real. Like I had the vision, I'm doing it, it's real, seeing it more and more every day. and everything I'm visualizing is coming true and more. So we got the results from that audit summary of the changes, known risks. The prompt is that there is no prompt because these files have been fixed. So now it's step 6, data entry hub. Okay, flowing through today. All right, I'm gonna get some, get up, stand up for a minute, get some energy moving. Get up, stand up. All these songs today, man, like, get up, stand up. On my stand up desk. All right, what are the known risks? No input validation on form fields. User can enter negative numbers or nonsensical dates. Don't want that. Audit prompt shows which files to focus on and what known risks there are, and it might even find more like it has before. Okay. The audit started. Scroll through slow so you guys can see what I see. Yeah. All right. There we go. That was quick. Only found mediums this time. That's good. What did it find? The numeric handlers use parse float, which blocks NaN but still allows non-finite numbers like infinity to enter the state if the browser accepts exponential inputs such as 1E99. Okay. So yeah, you don't want to owe infinity taxes. That's not good. Non-finite values can propagate into the tax engine and produce invalid totals or broken rendering instead of a safe numeric fallback. All right. The next one is the dividend form uses the same parse float zero pattern, which permits infinity. Okay, to be dispatched into kind of the same problem in a different spot. And yep, same thing. Same problem in 3 different spots it found. I'm gonna give this back to Claude. There we go. Awesome. What is next? Steps 8 and 10. Here we go. $100. Yeah. All right. 100 squats to do 1 step. That's awesome. Actually, I was at like 95 when it finished. So I had to do the last 5. All right. Feel better. Oh. Yes. Whoa. Yeah, my shoulder's still like popping back into place. There we go. Doing the audit right. Three mediums and two lows. All right, something simple. Basically, it's super rare, but if somebody's income landed exactly on the edge of the boundary, it might put it in the wrong spot. So to fix the boundary case flaw, tax loss harvesting cap is wrong. Displayed savings can materially overestimate what the user can actually deduct. All right. Giving Claude the fix. Doing what it needs to do. What's up, Kai? Good to see you back in the comments. Everything's flowing better now. To get my mindset right, get back on abundance. Understand that everything's flowing right for me with technology. So, having I think while you were away, I had a good idea for the next phase of my workflow. Essentially, what I would do is I'm looking at how I can group these builds into this one's like 12 steps, but I grouped certain steps together to make it essentially like 4 steps. So I was like, what if I just set up like 4 different terminals, and then I just give the first terminal build steps like 1, 2, 3, the next one step 3, 4, 5, the next one step 6, and do it like that, and then have like this. The thing I think I got to figure out for this new idea is like, how would that work with the codex for the audits? Would I need to have like a codex window for each terminal? But essentially, I could like do the whole build in like one step if I have multiple terminals open for the build. And that's not that big of a deal now when I'm just doing these like MVP apps. But when I get to the bigger builds, I do it like that. That should just like, that'll be money. Speed my workflow up a ton. All right, so did the fixes for that step. What's the next step? That would have been 8 and 10, I believe. Yep. Hopefully did 8 and 10 like I said. Yep, I did steps 8 and 10. So now I've got 9 and 11, the last step. Did some good auditing, found some high level errors, and they were definitely errors that I would not have caught right away. It would have taken a lot of usage on the app to catch those. Um, Building's getting faster and easier every day. This is the last step, 9 and 11. So I just did 8 and 10. And I realized that even if I don't do it in the correct order, that it still works. So basically, from what it sounds like, a lot of builders they're not doing it like they're not grouping it together the way I'm grouping it. They'll do it like based off of like the front end stuff will be in one group, the back end stuff will be in one group, and like the UI stuff will be in another group. And that sounds like the real pro way to do it. That's kind of how it was grouping it together. But I think like the pro way to do it for like what I'm talking about is going to come more in the future when I do bigger builds. So yeah, knowing how to group this stuff together, I can tell is a skill that I'm kind of working on right now. I get this skill down, then I can do the different groups and the builds at the same time. Because the main thing, from what I understand, I gotta watch out for is not having writing to the same file by different terminals at the same time. So as long as I group things together right, it shouldn't do that. I can do a whole build in different windows in one step instead of however many it would take. And yeah, like the evolution of the workflow, I see it getting better. And I'm excited to finish the build for this last step. I'm going to create the repository right now for GitHub. And let's see, known risks. After this is done, I'm going to try to switch it with something other than Yahoo Finance too. Got the audit prompt. Let's see what it finds. I do not understand this high level problem it found. Okay, it's like a mismatch. Okay, yeah, all this stuff is not that big of a deal. But I found it. Now I'm gonna fix it. After I fix it, I should have the repository ready to push and commit to GitHub. Invest attacks. Yep. I just created a new repository on GitHub for the Invest Attacks project. I'm going to paste the URL they gave me here, and I want for you to give me a prompt that I can give to Claude in the terminal to make the first push. All the fixes are good. Looks like, yeah, should be done. Push this and I'll be able to try it out in the local browser. So, feeling hyped about checking this one out. Yes, we are almost there. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the completion. I'm seeing it working right. Seeing it provides so much value that when I check it out, it teaches me something new that I forgot about or didn't know before that I can apply to when I have to do my taxes very soon here. Main thing this year is made the right move and sold a bunch of Bitcoin while I was at the top last year. I'm glad I did. Because now it's like pretty much half the price of where I sold it at, so. Alright, okay. We got no API storage yet. So then maybe there are no APIs. But anyways, see what we got. And npm run dev, that's right. Seeing all the files in GitHub, that's good. Localhost 3000, here we go. See what we got. Yeah, I like what I see already. Tool provides estimates only, is not tax advice. That's good. That's some legal stuff I never would have thought to add. Consult a qualified tax professional for your specific situation. Actual tax liability may differ. I'm glad that they understand all the legalities of this stuff because I would not have remembered to put that up there. Okay, so we got let's do this like I was gonna do this. Just put in a random number. Let's do like one of the highest taxes to see. This would be, okay. Let's do it like this. Let's say I bought, oh, this would be the sales. Okay, let's say Bitcoin. Long term. This should say more than 1 year. Yep. So short term if it's less than a year, and then you got to pay more taxes. Date acquired, I don't remember exactly, but let's just say it was like towards the bottom, like should be the amount that I bought it for. I originally paid, let's say 20,000 and I sold it at 120,000. Oh, the amount I received when I sold the investment. Oh, so that's not the price. Okay. What I originally paid. So I don't remember exactly what it was, but let's just say I bought one Bitcoin for $20,000 back around that date. And I sold it for 120,000 last year. Dividends. I don't really buy dividend stuff that much. I have some, but I'll just leave that blank for now. Interest income. I'll just leave that blank because that's not really that much. Current holdings. Oh, okay, so this would be more for like the tax loss thing. So let's say I still have bunch of Bitcoin. Cost basis per share. Let's just say average to be like 33,000. Okay, that's good to know. It could not fetch a quote for Bitcoin. But that's probably about right. 28, that about 29K for bought it at 20, sold it at 120. So that's like, $100,000 profit. You're going to be paying about 30%, 18% effective rate if you're in Hawaii. So that would be more like 100. Okay. Sounds about right. I got federal and state. So now the main thing I want to see is like, what is it going to tell me? Like, is it going to give me information based on like how I can make that lower? Wait, yeah, awesome. First thing, yeah, this is like, it knows exactly how to, technology's always helping me. It's always like working out the best for me. It's always getting better to provide more value for me so I can provide more value for other people. It's working logically perfect where it should be. Consider contributing to an IRA. So like right here, I could take $840 in Bitcoin profits and put it in an IRA, and then that will reduce what I have to pay, and the IRA will grow and make more money. I could put up to $7,000. That's good to know. And they're saying if you pay it quarterly instead of all at the end, you avoid that penalty that I always get, which is like $200 usually. So, and now we got the just noticed in the comments. Good to see you here. Hope you're doing good. So that's awesome. Sounds like you're new to vibe coding, but you already understand like what a programmer is. Okay, so vibe coding. Essentially, the vibe is like what you want. So you're just explaining so like right now I did this app right here. I just built it. So essentially, let's say right here, um right here I got this problem, right? I put down that my current holdings are Bitcoin, and it's telling me that right here the ticker could not fetch the quote for Bitcoin. So to vibe code that, I'm going to do this right now. I'm going to show you how vibe coding works. I'm going to just tell it, I'm just going to talk to my computer to essentially this will be in plan mode for Claude Code. There's like different modes, but I'm going to do this in Claude Code plan mode. There's different tools I could use, and I'm going to tell it this. I just noticed using the app that when I put in my current holdings, I put in Bitcoin for the ticker, and it says that it could not fetch the quote for Bitcoin because, well, it doesn't say why, but it's for the unrealized gains and losses. So also above that, I used Bitcoin for a stock and crypto sale, and it doesn't give me an error message there, but I'm wondering, if it doesn't recognize that down there, it might not recognize it up there either. So go and check Bitcoin to see why it's not fetching the quote, and then also check like other stocks in crypto to make sure that they do not have this same problem. Okay, so that's what I'm telling Claude Code to do. I'm gonna double check to make sure I'm in plan mode. Cool, now I'm in plan mode. It says that right there. So you can see that I'm just vibing the fix. So this is vibe coding. This is me telling it basically like how to make that change. So right now, like it's exploring the code base to understand how the stock quote fetching works and why Bitcoin might be failing. So it's like asking me, does it have permission to like go through these certain folders? And it's going to go and try to find the problem, and then it's going to fix it. So essentially, that is pretty much vibe coding. Now, if I was a programmer, which I'm not, I've never programmed in my life except for vibe coding. I just did basic research on like what programming is, different programming languages, and I'm getting a lot better at understanding programming just from like reading like the way that the Claude Code, Codex, Gemini, whatever tool, cursor that I've used does the coding. I see what it does, so then I'm like learning like okay how coding works. But that would be vibe coding. Then you've also got agentic coding. Agentic coding is basically like orchestrating agents. So like Claude Code is an agent. So like I started out this build by doing getting the vision down to what I wanted. Then I went into plan mode and had it create a plan. So the plan is in the plan MD. It created that. So then basically like for the build, all I had to do was like just go into the agent in the terminal and say like build step 1, 2, and 3, and it built it. And then I audited it. So like I'm orchestrating those agents, and people call that agentic coding. But essentially like even with agentic coding, I'm still doing vibe coding. And agentic coding is like it's fun, but it's not as fun to me as vibe coding. Like I really enjoy vibe coding and like finding things and like doing the fixes, not just for like right there that was more like of a data issue or a process issue, but also like I could go back to I should show the code that is doing that. So yeah, sorry I did not shift it over on the screen to the code window. But anyways, it's I put in that prompt. It's doing the vibe coding right now. But like, let's say I go back to the browser and let's say I want to, change this title and I want to make it like a different color and I want to make it bigger text and I want to like, you know, yeah, let's just say change the color, different font, different text. I could just vibe code that and I could explain to it like, I want this text to be in red. I want it to be 3 times as big and I want it to, you know, change the font to something that is like more of like a bubble looking letter and the same thing with the text below it, but have that in italics. So then that would be like vibe coding that part. You can like vibe code the UI basically like the way it looks. And I guess does that answer your question? Do you have a better understanding now of oh, I see you got a new question. So do you need to understand how to code or vibe code is just using AI without any basics in programming? So you do not need to understand how to code to vibe code, but vibe coding can be done. A lot of people who are expert programmers also vibe code, if that makes sense. So you don't have to not understand coding to vibe code, but expert coders usually would rather vibe code than write the code out by themselves. Essentially, it's kind of split right now. People don't know whether people. Some people are saying, well, even if you're gonna vibe code, you should still take the time to learn some code. And then other people are saying like, in a year, 2 years, these tools are going to be so good for vibe coding that you don't have to know anything about coding. Like you don't have to know anything about being a programmer. It's going to do a lot more of this just like, automatic without even like showing you and explaining the code stuff. So there's kind of two different trains of thought on that, but yeah, I'm glad I could help you understand that better. Hopefully you get some value out of this channel and get some good ideas to start building stuff on your own. I had some good ideas today when I was building this tax tool for investors. And essentially, if you want a good idea, I just had one. And I'm building these investing tools, but I thought, okay, well, I was doing the market research for this tool and it was talking about like where the gaps are in the market for this specific tax investing tool. But as I was building it, I was realizing like, wow, um, Claude is very good at knowing these tax laws. Claude is very good at building this and knowing like, how to make it intuitively. Seems to me like it's just as good as like consulting with a tax professional, but legally it's not one. So it had to put that notice up there. But I was like, wait. So like all these different businesses have different business structures and that causes them to have different like tax issues with like different business models. And from what I understand, for the most part, there's like just like the major tax tools. Um, just trying to think of the names of some of them, but there's like a few major tax tools that are kind of like one size fits all. But I have a feeling that a lot of businesses would highly benefit from having their own custom tax tools. That someone, a good vibe coder, could understand that need in the market. They could go and talk to different businesses, or even if they are like, say you're from, I don't know, let's say an adventure sports, like you do like whitewater rafting, and you take people out on whitewater rafting, and that's your business. That's probably going to have very different liabilities and different tax things that, different write offs that you have from different other businesses. Well, if you understand that, you could basically go and like build the specialized tax tool for that, and then you could go pitch it to other businesses that or even use it on your own business. So, what does someone need to do to vibe code? Um, you see YouTube live streams a lot, but don't know what they use besides Claude Code. Also, you don't know how they even use Claude Code. Okay, so what do you need? Um, you need an agent like Claude Code, Cursor, Codex. Gemini has one, essentially, day one for me of this challenge was like I'd only built one simple tool before that. So day one was the second thing I built. So yeah, you just need ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude subscription. So basically $20 a month. And you know what else? If you go build something, I'm doing a thing right now on Discord for this week up until next Monday. Whatever build I think is the coolest, I'm gonna give someone a free week of Claude Code. I have a link for that. And yeah, you don't need to have knowledge of coding, but it will help. Um, the basic knowledge I got was just basically um I just basically like learned the different like what the different programming languages are, what they're for. That helped me understand like the different parts of a build. Like you got the front end, the back end, the UI, the UX, understand how they kind of work together. And the more you do for research, like basic, even just the most basic research, I think the more that's gonna like help you understand the process. So respect it every time. Yeah, hopefully you get some value off of the rest of the build. So we got the Claude Code, the vibe fix I just did. It found. So remember, I was showing you I was vibe fixing that one problem where it couldn't recognize Bitcoin. So it has new lookup table mapping, a new way to find these 30 different crypto coins. Had to set up a new route, and it checked the stock stuff. See, like when I started this challenge, reading this stuff, this would have been like a different language. I would have been like, I have no idea what this is doing. But because I'm using this consistently and I'm reading the what it's doing, and I start to like understand it a little better every day, I understand now like what it had to do to like fix this and like what the problem was. So then that helps me understand like what's capable for future builds and stuff like that. So I see what it did, shows me a bunch of known risks, and then it's even giving me, because I gave it a file from the beginning, that when it fixes something, that it gives me another prompt that I can give to Codex which is with GPT, to check it and audit it. And it's better to do it this way because it's like an independent audit. Then I can give this to Codex, the audit prompt. Oh, I'm still on the so I just gave Codex the audit prompt from what it found. So it's going to make the fix to fix that. So now after this is done, I should be able to go back and this error right here, like after this is done and I refresh it, this should go away. Back to the browser. This error right here, that the original error that I vibe coded to fix in red, that could not fetch quote for BTC, that should be gone after I'm done with this fix. So it looks like that's already done. Or no, it's not. It's checking the new ticker path. It's telling me what it's doing with the fixes. But yeah, I mean, I've only been doing this for like a month now, and I'm hoping that like people like, beginners can like see my month, at least like especially my beginning journey, and see what's possible for like, how quick you can actually learn this, because I'm definitely learning quicker than I thought. but I'm also learning that there's way more to this than I originally thought, which is a good thing because there's way more possibilities and capabilities to build things than I ever imagined. And looking at the comments, someone's saying that they made this with vibe code. I can't see what you're talking about. Um, but yeah, if you want to join the Discord, I'm about to open that right now. Bunch of awesome new things on Discord that I'm seeing. Um, got the link. Yeah, you're on YouTube, so I got the link for the Discord in the YouTube description, and also I put it on the top of this chat too. Um, so yeah, if you don't mind, post up one of your projects you vibe coded. And there's already a community of people here that's building that also have stuff posted up. You can see what they built, and then they can give you advice on what you built. And everybody just provides more inspiration, more abundance. We got the file change, so I'm gonna go back to the browser and yeah, I see the thing about the Discord bots, and I'm going to take that note right now because I'm gonna try and do that by myself because I was reading about it and it sounds like something I want to know. But I'll let you know if I like run into problems. But yeah, Discord bots for sure. All right. Let's see. So Codex found a problem in the crypto mapping for that thing. Implemented the target fix. Awesome. Shows me what it did to change the file. So I'm going to, yeah, I'm going to erase this, try it again, and see what happens. I was saying could not fetch quote for BTC/USD. Before it just said BTC. So we got a new error message. All right. All right, so I just had to fix that problem that was showing for the current holdings when I put in Bitcoin. It said it could not fetch quote for BTC. You did the fix, but now I tried typing in BTC again, and it's giving me a similar but different error message that says could not fetch quote for BTC dash USD. So this is going to be interesting. I'm wondering why it thinks it fixed it, but it like gave me a different but similar error message. So it's saying it should be working. Oh, okay. So the resolution is working, but the actual Yahoo Finance call is failing. Not surprised. I want to do something different than Yahoo Finance if possible. Um, or else I could just have this be crypto, just crypto for now. But if I can avoid not doing that, I'd rather do that. Okay, so it's the problem is with Yahoo Finance. Change its API. Found it. So yeah, Yahoo Finance. That's the problem with Yahoo Finance. What I found out for financial products that you're building is Yahoo will make a change and then it can break everything. Then you have to go and like vibe fix the update and then it can make another change. So it's saying it fixed it. We'll go back and see. Oh yeah, I'm gonna write down Mimu, Bouncer, and Dino moderation. Awesome. All right, so just made the change. Going back to yep, back on the browser. Yeah, and it works. Awesome. So yeah, if you're still watching, guy was talking or person I was talking to earlier about like the vibe coding stuff, and how I was saying I vibe coded that fix. Like that's how quick it did. You know, it took me like 10 minutes to find that problem and to fix it. And like sometimes, you know, I thought it fixed it, but then I tried it and it probably fixed one thing, but there was another thing it didn't understand that it was still broken. So then I had to just tell it again, like, you know, how it changed a little bit, but it wasn't fixed. And it found that the bigger problem that it didn't see before. And yeah, essentially made the fix and it understands what it's doing. So right now, I think main thing I want to do is see if I can. Right now, this doesn't have any APIs. I want to see if I can find a API that's better than Yahoo Finance that is on the free tier. So right now you're using Yahoo Finance. Um, that works okay, but I'd rather have something that works better. Can you find a financial API that has a free tier that would do what needs to be done here? I would rather use that than Yahoo Finance. Switch back to the code. I'm in Claude Code plan mode. So it's telling me it thinks it found FinHub, but I noticed it said that it was looking at stuff and it was ruling them out because they didn't do crypto. And it's picking FinHub because it does stocks in crypto. I've definitely had some trouble with FinHub. And I'm going to remind it that it should be able to get a free API for the crypto, so it only needs to be looking at stocks. I'm looking at your recommendations, and you're looking for tools that cover both, or APIs that cover both stocks and crypto in one API. Essentially, from what I understand, you could just use like Binance and not even need an API and get everything for free for the crypto side. So if you did that, wouldn't you only need to find an API that just covers what needs to be done with the stock side? And if so, give me your best recommendation that's not FinHub, because I always seem to have problems with FinHub that it doesn't seem to cover what it says it does in the free tier. Let's see what it thinks. Good point. We can keep the Yahoo Finance too for crypto. No, but it's okay. Um, okay. You're saying that you can keep Yahoo Finance too for crypto. I would rather not have Yahoo Finance at all, because anytime there's a change on it, it will break the site. So essentially, what I understand is Binance has a free, it's not even an API. Like, I don't even need an API key. It's just all the crypto information for free, and so do other exchanges. So basically, I'm trying to get rid of having to use Yahoo Finance. If this is possible, that you can eliminate Yahoo Finance, use one of the free crypto sources like Binance for crypto, and then find me what you think is the best API that's free for stocks. I want to go that route. Oh no. All right, I caught it. See, I noticed, yeah, the APIs are like the most difficult, are one of the most difficult things for vibe coding, because like some days it remembers that, it's telling me that, like, oh, like Binance has this free thing. It's not, you don't even need an API. You shouldn't use Yahoo Finance. And I'm like, oh, thanks for telling me that. And then another day it's like, oh, you just use Yahoo Finance. And I'm like, well, what about Binance? And they're like, oh, well, I guess maybe I'll look into that. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, just I think what the issue is because Claude is like the LLM that can't, like Perplexity, look at the current state of the internet. So it's looking at, like, all these API rules and regulations from like dated view. So since then they must have updated like how it works, but they can only see the past. So that's what I think is going on. So yeah, they found three that don't require an API key. I'm gonna use CoinGecko. Okay, and I see, because I'm like, why wouldn't they use Binance? Binance has the fastest response time. One request per coin, limited to Binance listed pairs only. So it's got a limit to Binance listed pairs, even though Binance has pretty much everything I would need. Like, why would it use CoinGecko? Why would it recommend that? Because it can batch multiple coins in one request. And it has the best documentation, 99% uptime. So I'll go with that. And at least I get to try one new, because I've only used Binance in the past. I don't think I've used CoinGecko yet. So we're going to do 12 data for the stocks, CoinGecko for crypto, no API key, and then they're removing Yahoo Finance entirely. Alright, so I'm going to go to 12 data to get my API key. Already got my API key, so it's ready whenever they're done. Should also create a file for me to post it into. More water. Yeah, I would say today, the mindset really came into play. Because, like, all the random issues I was facing at the beginning didn't change until I changed my mindset. Because I changed the way that I looked at things, and the things that I was looking at changed. So I know that technology is there to help me. Vibe coding is awesome. It's helping me provide value for so many people. It's always looking out for me. It's always like, got my back, trying to like give me what I need at the right time. And it's gonna help me create a lot of value for a lot of people, and also help teach a lot of other people to create value for other people too. So once I changed my mindset and changed that the way I look at things, problems pretty much stopped. And I'm super grateful to be having this opportunity to build and to be building live, and to have so many awesome people in the audience that are helping me and that I'm helping. And this is really a good time to be an entrepreneur and to be building businesses and just tools in general. Okay, so I got the changes, and yep, they did create the right file for it. So I'm going to go back to the browser. I'm going to put in the API key. And save it. Then I'm going to run this codex audit for the fixes it just made, so it can do an audit real quick, make sure it didn't break something else by doing this. Oh yeah, I can go back to the code. security and logic, saying that it rewrote some things. Check for API key exposure and responses, error handling for missing API key, all the things that go with API keys. Modified some other stuff because it like had to change the wiring. And this is a common thing for my builds with the API keys. It helped me a ton to wait till the end of the build to put in the API keys. Mainly because a lot of these free API keys that I'm using are they have a limit on how much you can like pull the information per day. So essentially, like during the build, it's like, you know, you're testing it and it's pulling the information and saving it from that. Also, a lot of times, like I end up having to change the API keys. So it makes it way easier to like do that at the end after everything's already built. So I know when I change it, then if the new one works right, because if it's only halfway through the build and I end up finding out I need to change the API key, I might change it, build the rest, and then find out that the new one doesn't work. But as long as the build is done, I'll know if the API key works right. All right, and I think too it'll have Claude will have an easier time of understanding what the right API key is once the build is done versus before the build starts. So let's see. Fix some things. Just want to make sure the right API key is still there, so I'll switch back to the browser. Good thing I checked that. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, to erase the API key. That's no big deal. All right, npm run dev. Checking the browser. And just gonna put in some fake info real quick. Try Nevada. Actually, I'm going to do the same way I did it before, but just change the state. Okay, yeah, so you can show, like it makes sense here because last time there was more, there was a state tax charge for Hawaii. So I just tried to do it through Nevada, and so many investors, like especially traders, live in Nevada and moved to Nevada specifically because of their tax laws for investors. So you can see right here, if I was in Nevada, um, I would have zero state tax, but I would have about the same federal tax. Um, it was a little bit different last time, but maybe I just didn't, could have changed something with this understanding. But anyways, yeah, ways to lower your tax, tips for beginners. So you see that if your investments, the money you make when you have your money work for you, um, as long as you're holding it for over a year, you pay less taxes than if you're actually like working for your money, right? So obviously this is like, the rich people get way more tax benefits. Business owners get way more tax benefits. Employees, from what I've seen, get the worst end of things when it comes to taxes. Um, and plus their taxes like automatically taken out of their checks, so they can't really like write stuff off like that. And yeah, it's I feel like it's not equal, but that's the way things are. Tax advantage accounts save you money. Yeah, I can't really think of much more that's super important for tax tips. Let's see. I feel like this is a good tool. I like what it does. See a lot more potential to make it way better in the future. I'm just gonna try and do like, well, yeah, definitely. I was gonna do another audit, but at first I definitely need to push and commit to GitHub again. So yeah, so many things that I learned from this build so far. Essentially, I don't have to do things in the correct order. I had a really good idea that because I don't have to do things in the correct order and I can batch steps together, just have to know. And like right now, Gemini is just basically able to tell me which steps to batch together. Why not in the future have multiple? Like right now, well, I got to change it back to Claude. So like right now, I'm working in the terminal. Why not start doing multiple Claude terminals, and then I can just batch each build as long as the plan MD is already made. And I just tell it do step one, and it has reference to the plan MD that tells it what to do in step one. I could be like, hey, this Claude Code, start step 1, 2, and 3, go to the next terminal, start steps 3, 4, and 5, the next terminal, do step 6. And as long as they're all working on different parts of the project and not writing over the same folders, it shouldn't be a problem. So that would like cut the build time down a ton. I just need to figure out how to like add the audits into that. So essentially, I mean, I could get a different, just like I would do in this one window. I'm thinking I could get like the audit prompt from each different window, and just even if I had to do it one at a time. But yeah, that's more to learn. But I just definitely saw the potential for like for my next expansion on my workflow, and that's major. During this build, I realized that that APIs is not always going to be right. Um, definitely getting. It's good to kind of do your own research about all the different APIs that are available on an LLM that has like current access to the internet, like Perplexity. Even Claude Code doesn't seem like it has like the current like snapshot of the internet. It must be like using Claude LLM. I'm just guessing to go back. Whereas like if I did all the research right away on Perplexity, look at all the different available APIs, that's probably a good idea in the future. Even though by now for finance, I'm like starting to know all the different APIs. So let's see. Yeah, so I'm not getting that error message like I did before. Pushed and committed to GitHub. I'm going to go and start Vercel. Like GitHub is basically saving all the data. Vercel is where it lives to send that data to Vercel so that it's like accessed through the internet. And it's super easy. And what I was using Netlify before Vercel, and that was more difficult. Invest attacks. Just got to change it to the browser so I can copy and paste the API. Yeah, make sure you remember if you do have API keys, you got to put them in the environment variables in Vercel. Because essentially how that works is you'd want to set it up so your API keys are in a special folder so it's not pushing it over to GitHub. Because then like especially if it's public, anyone can go see your files and folders in GitHub and they could take your API key. So there's a special spot in Vercel. You put the API key so it's not like public. And it's a special folder so it's not public in when you code it and you build it. So now I got a new project in Vercel. I'm just checking, yup, it pulls up on the internet. And then what I want to do is add analytics. So I go back to all my projects. Refresh the page, and there it is, the new invest attacks. Then I go to analytics, enable the analytics. There's a free version. It does like 50,000 free, can count like 50,000 free analytics a month. It's going to give me a line of code that it wants me, it's telling me to manually put in my files, but I'm just going to go to Gemini, excuse me, give it that code, and then have it create a prompt. All right, so I just sent it to Vercel and set up analytics. I got this piece of code from Vercel. I want you to create a prompt with the code that I can give to Claude Code so that it makes sure that the analytics is working. But yeah, I mean, the potential I'm seeing with this tax thing is like big. Like I want to build. I'm gonna build. I'm gonna build a financial tool that's better, that's the best at like so many different areas. It's better than everything out there. And this is just the beginning. Got like 5 more apps to go, or no, like 4 more apps to go, I think, before I'm ready to like link everything together. I got the prompt. Just copy and paste that into the code, Claude Code. There we go. So yeah, the abundance teaching today is if you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. I started out this build, mic to break on something else. It's getting weird error messages on Claude. Just, I was like, what is going on? People in the comments like, hey, are you good? I can't hear you. I'm like, yeah, I'm just trying to figure this out. It got me frustrated. Got me started to like, curse the technology in my mind. Like, why is it doing this to me? And then it was just like more problems just kept happening. So then I realized I'm like, okay, I'm not in that abundance mindset anymore. I shifted out, went into scarcity, like everything's against me. So I stopped, I took a breath, just kind of held a meditation for a second, changed my vibe. Started reminding myself, you know what, actually, like this is providing me with so much value. Technology is updating so fast and getting so much better, and it's helping me in so many ways. And it's always just like the universe, always looking out for me. It's always trying to help me. It's going to make my life so much better. It already is. It's making me so I can provide so much value to so many people and helping me to teach other people to provide value for other people. And yeah, I shifted my mind. I changed the way I looked at things. And after that, it was like everything was smooth for the most part. Figured everything out. No more weird like problems going on. But yeah, that's like abundance mindset right there. That's major. That's when it comes to business, that's like one of the main things. Doing this as a business with the intention to build stuff that you can monetize. It's all about like having the mindset, not of like, how much money can I make, but like how much value can I provide to other people. And mindset is so major when it comes to business. A lot of things in life, but what I'm teaching here is business and vibe coding too. And you can just think of it like, I'm vibe coding this app, but I also just vibe coded my mind the same way to fix that, to make things better. There's errors going on in my reality, in my world, and I vibe coded my mind to abundance, and that's what I saw after that was abundance. So yeah, everything's flowing. Don't forget to push to GitHub. Okay, push to GitHub. %9 left until, if you see that right down here, you can see my cursor. It says 9% until auto compact. That means I did an awesome job. That means that I'm still on the same memory from the beginning of the build. So it's used about 91% of its memory. And if I use 9% more, it'll auto compact. And then it'll get slower and it'll like be more likely to cause errors. It's not going to have, it kind of compacts its memory instead of having a full memory of everything it did. So right now it's still like when I'm making a change, it still remembers everything it did before that. So it's super easy to like make sure everything else is updated for that change. But once that compacts, it's not so. So now you want to try to keep your compact under 100% when you're building, especially the the plan mode and doing like the research that moves through context quicker, but that is not as important as the actual building when you keep the context low. So looks like just need to try the live site, I think. All right, I'm checking the analytics. Seeing there's 2 visitors. Okay. That's got to be me because I have not given out the URL yet. I'm about to click the URL and I see it. And it's working. So I'm going to make sure that I update this URL to the description for the next build. And yeah, as far as everything I see, another successful build. Feeling better and better, learning more and more every time. Seeing seeing so much more potential for the future, what I can build. Can't wait to get there. Really grateful everybody in the audience, everyone in the comments, always helping, being so helpful. And I think that's about it for today. Hopefully you got some value off of what I had to say, bringing you massive value every day in every way. So until next time, keep abundance on your mind, and when you change the way you look at things, the things that you look at will change. So that's it for today. I'm out.